I really, I really don't know what this ground beetle's objective is. Oh, ooh! It just that dung beetle just snuck up from it behind and is leaving. This has been great fun for me. I get great joy from watching the smaller things, and I get even more joy from being able to share them all with you. What fun sitting here watching these, all these smaller things and the stuff that we don't necessarily understand. Thank you for joining us. We will see you again this afternoon on our afternoon safari. We look forward to having you here. We will see you later.
Well, good morning and a happy Sunday to everyone, and welcome to Escape to Nature. I'm Alex, and I'm currently coming to you from Mashatu, but we will also be coming to you from Djuma and Okakuyo, and joining us today will be Andrew and Morgan, as well as Ralph down in Kariega. So Andrew and Morgan out of Makala, and Ralph in Kariega. But really, what a nice, peaceful start to Sunday. No complaints on this side. Maybe quite a quiet start here in Mashatu. I am hoping that the action does heat up today. With the rain that we have had here, it has been a bit quiet. So we are just listening to some sounds at the moment. And making sure that we do hear or see anything that might be approaching. So really just quite a nice, easy start to Sunday. I'm just going to go in and have a closer look here. Some sacred ibis, which is the first that I've had here, and a grey heron. So some good birding, and can't complain with some birding to start the morning off. So really, really a nice start. And we will also conduct a species list for today. And we'll see how many animals do come through. We did it around 19 across the different locations yesterday, so I'm hoping that we can either match that or get a higher tally. But awesome to see some sacred ibis as well as this grey heron right now, so quite cool. Also from the rain, you can see all these little puddles that have developed, as well as the water level has risen. A special start here. Can also hear a red-chested cuckoo in the background. And what seems to be a terrapin in the dam currently. So really quite cool. A nice easy start to Sunday morning. But also please do remember this is a live and interactive experience. It is also your journey into the African wilderness with us, as well as your safari. So do send through any of your questions, your comments, if you have any stories you'd like us to retell, or any points of interest that you'd like us to further insight into. Please do send those through. Please do interact with us. We love having interaction with you, the viewers. So please do send through anything that is of interest. A lovely start, really quite peaceful. A nice way to start our Sunday. So although it is a very nice start to Sunday, it is also time for us to have a look and see what the weather is for today across the different locations. So it's really quite fascinating watching these herons hunt. This one seems to have now got over it. Really just skirting the shoreline over there. That also yesterday was Animal Bingo, and congratulations to Steve, who was the winner yesterday. But yeah, a great Saturday was had. So I'm hoping that the same theme continues throughout the course of our morning today, and as well as the rest of the day too. So really quite fascinating watching these herons when they are active. It does seem that it's looking for a new position to start to hunt or feed. Probably quite a few frogs and tadpoles. We did hear foam nest frogs here yesterday as well. A couple of weavers in the background at the moment. So a good birding start to Sunday. I'm just going to come out quick and let's just see if anything has decided to start to approach. After that rain, really it is quite clear at the moment, so happy with that as well. Let's see if we can have a look here. Does seem like one of our Egyptian geese is on the right of us and trying to get us closer. Perhaps I'm just scoot over to the right hand side first and then we can get a closer look. Good morning, Adam, and yes, I am on the same page as you. I'm also hoping for a good day at the waterholes. Interesting, now with the rain starting to fall, we will see different behavior obviously coming out of this, and perhaps some different species around too, so really no complaints with that either. It's always good to keep us in check. You can hear that greenback Cameroptera as well, just calling in the background. So it does look like that is our Egyptian goose, or at least the one of them that is here. There's a pair with a gosling, so we will keep an eye out for those as well. They are fairly active, and it does look like that smaller bird there is the gosling. It has grown rather substantially over the last few weeks too, so it was interesting to note what is going on in a couple of those blacksmith lapwings too. Really quite tranquil at the moment. Very pleasant start to the day. So it is rather quieter this morning. We'll keep tabs and make sure that we do catch any action that does happen here. And I think it's time for us to go and say good morning across in Djuma, where there is a bit of action this morning. So a really awesome start in any case for our species list of the day. An impala and a waterbuck bull. It's really fantastic that we get to spend some time with them, and so nice that they're actually so close. Really good views at the moment. And we have had quite a bit of Egyptian goose warfare going on here, and there are currently around 24 Egyptian geese here this morning. Up from yesterday, I counted about 16. So it does seem that the numbers are building. Possibly some more warfare to be expected throughout the course of the day. Really quite an impressive waterbuck bull that is right in screen at the moment. Lovely horns.
Explorers, we want to hear from you. Your feedback is invaluable in shaping Wild Earth. Join Graham Wellington, our CEO and founder, on the 6th of November at 7:30 p.m. for another town hall. Send in your questions, feedback, criticisms and suggestions, and as always, Graham will be answering and updating you live. See you there.
So while the waterbuck are resident here, it is fantastic for us just to be able to spend some time with this bull. And also just to appreciate its presence. Quite windy. Perhaps there's some rain to come later on this afternoon. Hi Wesley, so the rain does denote the seasonal change from the dry to the wet season, and once there is that rain and once it does start to fall, all the other grasses as well as other flowers, different lilies, all of those things do start to obviously germinate and come through. So there's an increase in terms of vegetation and food for our antelope. So it benefits the antelope at least because their condition improves as they are allowed to feed further out into the bush. And obviously with that higher quality food, as I alluded to, their condition does improve. So you will see their coats looking better, they're able to produce better milk. That is also why we see a correlation with regards to lambs and birthing rates increasing at least. And they do also kind of wander a little bit further away from the dams. So because of that increase in food and access to food at least, they really do enjoy themselves at this time of the year, or coming into this time of the year. A couple of hornbills also calling in the background. So it's probably because the animals do start to disperse. It's probably not the best time for our predators because they actually have to move further and they don't have to congregate, or the animals don't congregate as close to the water holes, so, or to the river systems or where water is, because pans form, there is surface layer water, and that increase in food does mean that they span out, so they aren't as concentrated, so it is more of an effort to hunt if you are a predator. Well, this bull really is quite exquisite. His horns are massive. Really awesome to be able to appreciate a nice big bull like this. On the average, a bull like this probably weigh about 240 up to about 300 kg. So they really are rather stocky. And you can see that by its body shape right now and how much bigger he is compared to those Impala rams that are around as well. Just an interesting point to reflect on right now. While we do watch this waterbuck bull, he's really enjoying himself at the moment. I do think we're probably going to watch him sit down soon. Probably ruminate as well. So it does look like we are going to get this waterbuck probably sitting down and ruminating. And while it does head to a rather relaxing start of the day, it's time for us to say good morning to Andrew, who's in Amakhala with Morgan.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Amakhala Game Reserve out here in the Eastern Cape. We are currently at Liebenbosch Flats and we've started off with a nice sighting of a journey of giraffe. They're just gently feeding around here, moving around. I'm sure they've had water. Morning everybody again. My name is Andrew. I do have Morgan with me behind camera this morning. I hope you're all well and ready for the day. And I believe the male lion has been roaring somewhere in this dune thicket up here. And these giraffes are looking a little bit starey, some of them. They've been watching something, and there's also been a pied crow that flew over. So we're just wondering if he's not moving around here. We will follow up though. And I must say, it's going to be a nice hot day today. We've got extra layers of sunblock on. Plenty of water in the vehicle. And there's that female giraffe just walking on there. I just want to scan here with binoculars just to make sure that this male lion isn't walking around here. They're definitely watching something, but I see there's a whole lot of general game out in the far distance. They could be watching that, but I think it's more the male lion that could be walking around here. I don't think if he is walking around, I don't think he's going to be walking around for too much longer. It is getting really hot. And the heat waves in the distance are already starting. Hi there, Lillian. Can be a little bit difficult, a little bit tricky to age giraffe. The best way for me is, giraffe, they do use their ossicones or ossi horns on top of their head to fight. And some males, they do quite a lot of fighting throughout their mature life. So sometimes their ossi horns or ossicones start to wear down a bit. That's a good indicator of age, general age. But then also the amounts of calcium that is deposited on the front and back of the skull, because they do practice a thing called osteophagia, where they might find a bone on the ground and they suck on the bone just to leach some calcium out the bone, so that calcium can go to their ossicones and their bones. And through that, once the ossicone casing is full and there's no more capacity for calcium depositation, you find that calcium starts to develop and deposit on the front and back of the skull. Now the older bulls will have very, very lumpy skulls. And the whole strategy behind that is the more calcium depositation that is on their skull, the heavier their skull's going to be. And therefore, when they're fighting, the heavier the blow, the heavier the punch with the skull. And that's with the very mature bulls becoming very lumpy. Also on the side of their eyelids, becoming a little bit swollen with calcium depositation. Color is also, a general way of sort of aging giraffe, but it also depends on how mature they are and how dominant they are. The darker bulls are generally very dominant, but that's a general rule. And there are those two bulls walking side by side. There's a beautiful giraffe in Amakhala that he's almost black in color, and he's actually missing one ossicone from fighting. At some point it must have snapped off. So I don't see any movement of this male lion with binoculars, so I'm not quite sure what those giraffes were staring at. But what my binoculars can see in comparison to what the giraffe can see, or can see, you can't compare the two. Their eyesight is just so good. Tyler, morning from Amakhala. Not very often, actually. You don't often see the injured giraffes, although they do get injured. I've actually seen on Amakhala one giraffe knock another giraffe totally unconscious, and that was on the lower Bukela Road. We were watching them fighting, and they were really having a go at each other. And the one bull managed to connect the other bull on the base of the spine and the top of the back of the skull. And that giraffe was immediately knocked unconscious. And that sound from the other giraffe's head hitting him was incredible. But then when that giraffe collapsed and hit the ground, his head hit the ground as well, which was also quite a thumping. And it can be quite serious for giraffe. They can die from that. Luckily for this giraffe, he managed to stand up again, but there was blood coming out the ear. And I had a doctor on the vehicle, and he said, you know, in the human sort of world, if there's blood coming out the ear, it can signify a brain injury. And then also out at Kariga, where Rolf is at the moment, some of the guests were on a bushwalk, and they watched giraffe fight, and one of the guests got an awesome video actually. The one adult giraffe managed to get his head underneath the body of the other giraffe and basically turned it over, and also that giraffe's head hit the ground pretty hard, and he was knocked unconscious for a good 10 minutes or so, and then stood up and then went back into the bush. So I'd just like to mention, and Whitemane, I hope you are watching. I know I owe you an answer, and you can ask Morgan. I've been trying to rack so many people for an answer as to why that the black wildebeest has those bristles. I am battling to find a correct answer for you. So give me some more time, and once I've got a suitable answer, I will call you and you will know. Beautiful environment out here, isn't it? So as I say, it's quite hot today, but this Eastern Cape in the winter can get very cold. One or two mornings I've experienced frost before out here. Thanks V. Every morning is a peaceful morning in Amakhala. It's just a privilege to be out here again, because I'm not sure if you remember, I did mention that I used to work out here for about 4 years, and it's always a privilege to come back to a reserve where you used to work. It's a wonderful feeling, and I'm just really grateful to be able to explore the reserve with Morgan. And I've noticed Morgan is starting to really get the layout of the land as well. He knows the roads here now. A very quick learner when it comes to navigating these roads. Now, it's been quite a while since the elephants have come to this dune thicket up here. They've been hanging around the basin for quite some time in a very difficult area to view. Every now and then they come out and they go to drink water at Woodbury and Hills Neck. But I haven't seen them come out to this western part in a while, but that'll change. They will come out here. They love this area. Lots of food in here for elephants. So most of the safari trucks have finished their game drives for the morning, and they are all heading back for the bacon and eggs, and one is just about to pass us now. So I think these giraffe have all headed into the thicket over there just to get out of the sun, get into the shade. Morning, Tinas. Thanks for your question. So Tinas, most of the time giraffes sleep standing up, but they do also lie down. They don't lie down with their head on the ground. They'll have to keep their head erected in a vertical position, but they can lie down. They fold their legs in each other, but in some situations they do spread their legs out just to make themselves a lot more sturdy, but they don't sleep for very long. In a 24-hour period they'll just have, sections of sleeping, and different books do say different things, but we'll average out that they can sleep in a 24-hour period, maybe an hour, maybe an hour and a half up to there, but not all at one go. They'll do it in periods. So very busy animals. When they're not sleeping, they're feeding, moving around, looking for water, etc. And they do venture out into the reserves quite long distances. Just to give you an example, when I did my tracking assessment with Audrey and Lo about a year ago, we decided to follow fresh giraffe tracks. It was a bull giraffe. And we followed for about 4 hours before we eventually got visual of this giraffe. And to know how much distance he had traveled was actually incredible. Okay, we're going to start making our way towards the Liebenbosch Pan area. I'm going to send you to Alex at Ukukuyo in the meantime.
Thanks, Andrew, and a really fantastic start down in Amakhala, but the action is rather hot here at the moment. Lots of wildebeest, lots of zebra, some Namakwa sandgrass, and I'm sure we will be inundated with springbok at some point, and the ever-present gemsbok as well. So really quite cool. What a way to start the morning. So it does seem that we still do have this low pressure system that is around at the moment, and it has changed the animal activity that has been around. So everything is kind of enjoying the cooler weather that is present at the moment, and always something interesting to note, whether it's wildlife or the climate or whatever else is going on. We always have something that is different, something to learn from. So it does look like everyone is kind of moving away. But nice to just see all these clouds and the overcast weather that is now settled in for the last 2 days. And interesting to note what might be coming through at some point too. So really quite cool just to sit back and enjoy these vistas. Hi, Marlon. It does really change on a day-to-day basis, and also is dictated by the heat or how hot it is on a day. So generally from now through to about past 1, 2 o'clock, probably the busiest the waterhole is, and then it kind of does tail off after that. At least from my observation in the last few weeks, that has at least been the case. It will change now with the rain coming through and with there being pans that now are accessible, and obviously vegetation and food that is further out in the bush. So the animals will kind of spread out a bit, and the action should kind of die off. So in the drier seasons, when there is less rain and obviously less access to food, this waterhole does get busier. So I do think we'll see the numbers tail off a little bit as it does get wetter. Good morning, Veronica. Yesterday I did see a blackback jackal here. There are good populations of lion, cheetah, spotted hyena and leopard around. So I do think they are far more active at night, but I'm yet to see any of those. But a blackback jackal was present yesterday, so that is the first predator I've seen here at this waterhole. Does look like we have some wildebeest coming to join us. And as they do approach, we will get closer, but nice to just enjoy the view for now. It's fairly quiet, but rather pretty. So we do have a rather slow approach, but quite good numbers of wildebeest. So as soon as they do get closer, will take us in. But nice to just watch as everything kind of congregates and decides to come through to the water. So just for everyone who has tuned in and doesn't know, we are here at Okakuyo, the main camp in Etosha. So if we do hear anyone, this camera is kind of based off of the main camp. So just so that you are aware, we do often hear people here. It is a really active waterhole and lots that goes on. So just so that you don't feel disturbed, that is the case.
This is what I love about lionesses.
It's really quite a cool scene playing out. Lovely to hear all these sandgrass around us. It looks like those wildebeest in the distance have decided to run on. But we are just waiting for these wildebeest, at least the ones closer to us, just to come down to the water, and then we will enjoy a closer look. So it seems like we're engaging again today with a game of patience, with this herd of wildebeest at least. Nothing really to complain about. It is rather an awesome way to spend Sunday, just appreciating wildlife. Hi, Terry. So it does depend on the area we're in. For example, if we're in Mashatu, there are smaller numbers of wildebeest there. And to be exact, these are the brindled canoe wildebeest. So they don't congregate in as higher numbers as the white-bearded or eastern white-bearded or western white-bearded up in East Africa, in Kenya and Tanzania respectively, as well as there is also a wildebeest migration in Zambia too. So there are higher numbers there that do migrate, and we do see smaller numbers of them down here. So even across Njuma, perhaps a herd size will be up to about 30 or 50 individuals, and they do obviously get to far higher numbers up in those areas that I just mentioned. So we are obviously engaging in this game of patience, and it might take some time for these wildebeest to join us here. But what isn't going to take us time is saying good morning to Ralph across in Kariega.
Hello and welcome to the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. My name is Ralph Kirsten and I am sitting right near to the Scotia Dam on the eastern side of the reserve, and we have 3 sleepy rhino. Off on the left there, that is the famous rhino called Thandi, who survived a poaching incident. It's her latest calf on the right, who's called Sia, and then on the far right, that is Mtetu, who was born before Sia. But they're all just catching a bit of shut-eye. They were grazing and they made their way over next to the little wallowing site where these Egyptian geese are. There's a spot there where it's a small water hole, more of a wallow. Some of the giraffe do like to drink here, but the rhino, the buffalo and the warthogs mainly use it as a wallowing point. So I'm hoping that after they've had their snooze and it gets a little bit hotter as the day progresses, they might even go for a wallow as well. We'll just have to wait and see. For now though, seems like they're just enjoying a lovely Sunday morning snooze. There was a bit of stretching going on earlier with little Sia. But now the only movement is their ears. So Wayne, you say they look so relaxed? Indeed, they are very relaxed. It's just Thandi who's moving her ears around, always listening out, but the 2 calves not moving much at all. Tandi with her amputated horn. She's listening to us. The wind getting up now as well. It's quite typical of this time of the year. We do get lots of wind coming through. Mainly from the east. Nice and calm out here on the plain. Not too much going on. Everybody's sort of relaxing a bit. It's getting quite warm. Tetu facing us a bit now. So Eddie, involuntary movements of rhino on their bodies. I'm not quite sure, you know, that they constantly move their ears around to listen, even when they're sleeping. So it might be a slight involuntary movement that, but they do listen off in different directions, as well as sort of their tail that just goes backwards and forwards, just keeping the flies away from their bum. I think those are probably the two that come to mind. He's just making himself a little bit more comfortable. No oxpeckers around today again. There weren't any yesterday either. I wonder where they've all gone. With the wind picking up as well, the birds do generally go a little bit quiet. The only ones I can hear now are the tinkerbirds and the southern boo-boos. But it is nice when the wind picks up a little bit, because the flies can be quite hectic once we get into the summer months. So when the wind gets up, it sort of blows them off, which is a relief. A little bit of exhaling there, just kicked up the dust from Tandi. So the rhinos do spend quite a bit of time lying around, wallowing, but they do then need to catch up and feed a lot and do a lot of grazing. So very often you'll see them lying around for a couple of hours, but then they do get up and immediately start grazing again. Obviously got to get those calories in order to power this massive frame that they have. They can get up to about 3 tons. Tandi, I would guess somewhere around 2.5 tons. Bigger males, they're generally around 3 tons. As I I say, those ears just never rest. No matter how asleep they seem, they're always listening out. One forward, one back, and then they shift. And even with such a big frame, they can run up to about 40 kilometers an hour. So they can really shift. They're like mobile tanks, living tanks. And this is beautiful with the contrast of the green grass. These being white rhino, even though they're grey. But Sia being the youngest, he does sleep, the sort of deepest of all of them. It's always nice spending time with the rhino. Very special animals indeed, and when you think that, I'm not sure on the current numbers, but it was pretty much around one rhino being poached every day in South Africa, around the country on average. Very privileged to sit with these three. Not that they're doing very much now. So Ella, who's 9 years old, thanks for your question. I've never seen rhino go in water that's deeper than how tall they are. No, I lie. In fact, I have. I've seen it in Etosha when a black rhino chased an elephant that was in the water and landed up slipping into the water himself, and it was quite deep, and it swam to the edge like doggy paddle, like a dog would, and then climbed out. So that is my only one experience having seen a rhino in deep water, so I'll have to go with that and say yes, they can, and they swim in doggy paddle, but mostly they like to just lie in the mud. And they really, really like that. They do it to cool off when it's very hot, and also to get lots of mud on them, so that when they go and scratch up against a tree, it pulls all the ticks off, and I think it just feels very nice when they do that. So if you look at Mtetu over here, he's full of mud. And so is Sia. He's also got lots of mud on him, but you've got to look close there. You can see how it's caked on him, and I'm sure a little bit later we may be lucky and see them climb into the mud here as well. With the little Cape wagtails moving around them, they often do, because then they catch the insects that the rhino bump up as they walk along. I'm sure they're trying to wake them up, because they're not bumping up many insects now that they're sleeping. can also see on Sia, he's got some mud on him as well. Been lying in the mud. They really like this spot. They go there every time. I almost know when they start walking in this direction, I know exactly where they're going to go. Right onto that spot. They seem to enjoy lying on that little ridge, sunning themselves, have a sleep, and then generally after that, when it gets hot, then they'll move into the mud. So if we hang around long enough, we may see that happen. Oh. Righty, so sleepy rhinos, but let's hope that in not too long they head off into the mud. Well, speaking of heading off, I'm going to head you off not too far from here to Andrew on Amakhala.
Thanks very much, Ralph. So we just here at Hlosi Pan, and buffaloes are just left the water, and they're just sort of just settling down on the top over there. And it's so nice that they've come into this area, because this is a very central area. Sometimes they do hang out on the southern boundary and the far western boundary. It's actually not too far from where we had them yesterday. They were at Zigzag Corner yesterday. In a slightly tricky area to view, but this is a nice area to view. It's nice and open. There's water nearby, hence the reason why they are lying down in the sun there. And when it gets a bit hotter, they'll move to the shade, and then when they're very hot, they'll just drink water. They might even get in the mud a little bit, and then head back to the rest of the group. It's actually quite a successful group of buffalo, this. They usually have calves with them. And I do remember about a year ago, one of the respective field guides out here actually witnessed the entire birth taking place of the Cape buffalo. Very special sighting. I've never seen buffalo giving birth. I've seen them with a very young calf that was born shortly before. And there's some impressive bulls in there. If you have any questions for me, please feel free. Definitely here for you, and would love to hear from you. So in fact, the majority of these are bulls, but there is the odd cow in there.
lose Andrew there, but he will be back with us. And our patience game has proved to be beneficial because we do now have our wildebeest with us. They don't necessarily hang around for too long at the water, not as long as the zebra, for example, but nice to have them here with us anyway. Really cool to see them in nice numbers like this as well. So it seems like we did catch them towards the end of their drink, but really cool to have them here anyway. And I think they are going to push off into that Mapani thicket that is up there. The Mapani Veld. I'm going to zoom out again and let's just see if there is anyone else that is around. Good to always keep tabs. I will zoom in on that bird again. I do think it's a black-headed heron. But really, the clouds have been building for the last day or so. And they really are looking quite ominous today. What that means for us, I'm not too sure. Perhaps we are in for some rain.
Wild Earth is excited to announce the launch of our massively updated app. There are so many brand new features that we have to share with you. Tune into our live channel, and if you are an explorer, you can now watch completely ad-free on the app. There are also many other channels, including behind the scenes. You can find the app on app stores worldwide.
Does seem like our Springbok are also trying to give us the slip at the moment. Just make sure we do get this one in frame. Hopefully we can expect numbers of antelope and animals to come through. Hi Hannah, who's 12, and it's not uncommon to see antelope or animals alone. More often than not though, we do see wildebeest alone, but it does also depend on the animal too. So for example, Gravy zebra up in East Africa, the rarest of the zebra and also the biggest. Those males are also sometimes found by themselves, while the harems of females move around and come into their territory. So much the same as when a wildebeest male or bull sets up his territory, he will also be found by himself, and sometimes then tails onto impala or zebra that might be in the area too while he is setting up his little territory. And also once the impala rut, that male or that ram will then also set up a little area for himself too, a little territory, and he will try and corral the females into that territory. So you might see them by themselves then. And also when sable bulls get pushed out, or when they are also trying to establish a herd, they are also sometimes seen by themselves too. So it's not uncommon. It's generally the males or the bulls that you would see like that. So even in Yala too, sometimes kudu, because they also form loose associations, bushbuck, duiker, steenbok, some of the smaller antelope as well. So not uncommon. It does seem like we are going to have to enjoy some patience this morning. But Rolf is across in Kariega, and he also has some rhino to show us too.
So, back at the Scotia waterhole, we've got some ostriches that decided to come down for a drink. I've left the rhinos sleeping. We'll have a look at them again a little bit later, once they wake up. There is a male and a female ostrich, and I'm so waiting. Are those chicks? Is that ostrich chicks? It does look like it, doesn't it? 2. Oh yes, those are the first little chicks. Finally. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more, but it's great to see the first of them. and you saw them live with me. I thought those were Egyptian geese from this distance. Now that I've zoomed in, I can in fact see that it's the little ostrich chicks. Wonderful. Two. And I wonder where the nest is. That's going to be the first of many that we will be seeing. That I am sure of. It's lovely to watch the dynamics between the adults and the chicks as well. They seem to just follow them around and feed on whatever they feed on. And you often find, I've seen it many times in Namibia, where they're hiding up in the adult's shade when it's very hot. It doesn't get as hot here, but it does get a lot wetter, so they may also huddle up to keep dry in this particular environment. Well done, Mummy and Daddy Ostrich. Let's hope we see lots more. There's a black cuckoo calling, if you can hear it over the wind. And there's also an eland that is just grazing next to the waterhole there as well. I have to wait a little while and see if those ostriches come a bit closer. We have a better look at those little chicks. Ooh. There was an arena trogon calling. So Tina, here at Kariega, I would say it's probably a little less than half of the ostriches survive, and that's quite a high survival rate, because I've seen a couple with over 30 chicks, and it's obviously not just the one females, because all the subordinates and all the females that have been sort of covered by a male will all lay their eggs in the same nest, but then looked after and raised by the one dominant couple. And generally, even if 3 or 4 of those 30 survive, that's normal. Whereas here on Kariega, I'd say just a little less than half, so there is a better survival rate here. There's not as many of the large predators, I believe, is the reason, but they do get taken out by jackals, caracal, I would even say monitor lizards. What else? So crowned eagles. There's quite a high prevalence of crowned eagles around here. Even fish eagles, good. So it's all your alternative predators that take them out. But I would say mostly predated on by jackals and caracal. and that being at night, because they are rather clumsy at night. They don't have very good vision. They've got excellent daytime vision, but not very good at night. So that's when they're quite vulnerable. But when there are hyenas around, that is, for me, the biggest predator of ostriches in my experience. Do you get brown hyena here as well? So they would also take out some of the ostriches, the chicks in particular. Just waiting to see, those chicks are now behind the island there. So I'm not sure how old these chicks are, but they can't be more than a couple of days old, I would say. So Betty, they would protect these chicks from predators the same way that they sort of fight with each other. They would run at the predator and kick out at them. So if you've ever had a close look at ostrich feet, they've got 2 toes and they've got 2 massive claws on them. So that is by far their biggest and best weapon, and that's what they would use. So as they pick up their feet, you may see it. We're quite far from these now, and they do aggressively defend their nest and the chicks. But at night time, it's difficult because, as I say, not great in the dark. So it's one thing to have a weapon, but another to be able to see to use it, or to use them. There they are now. I've actually helped in raising ostriches at different game reserves, and it's always fascinating to watch, especially when they sleep. Little chicks, they lie down and they put their neck straight out on the ground. And they also, you can pretty much throw anything on the floor and they will eat it. So you have to be quite careful, because they walk around and they will just eat whatever's in front of them. So we always had to be sure that there was nothing lying around. Otherwise the ostrich chicks would just eat it, no matter what it is. If it's small enough to get in their mouth, they will eat it. That's pretty much what they do. They just walk around and feed on anything that they come across. You can see they obviously know that they need to stay near to the adult, but they're not quite sure what they should be doing. I'm sure the rest of the eggs are probably still incubating. They don't always lie on the eggs or sit on them. The sun does a lot of the incubating as well. Only really when it's cold that they need to sit on the nest. they do grow very fast, so if they get through this initial period, they should be alright. But at their current size, they are very easy prey for different small carnivores, predators. So there's a couple of improvements here around the waterhole. We've got the little grebes that have got their chicks. The South African shell ducks, they seem to have moved off completely. The fledglings, they were all flying around here just before I left 2 weeks ago, and now they've all gone. And now we have the ostrich chicks. The Cape Cormorant has also gone through into its adult phase, so it's no longer a juvenile or an immature. It is now mature and in its full adult plumage. So it's been wonderful to watch. Now, is that a nest over there, or are they just lying so that they can get some cover? What is she up to? Ah, there's another ostrich. I think she maybe want to shoo it away. Telling it to get lost. A defensive mother. And while that's happening, just behind us, I don't know if you can hear the water splashing, the rhinos have decided to go for a wallow, just as I predicted. So let's pan across slowly. I've got to move around in the back here, but well worth a watch because they're getting into the mud now. Some of our zebra are just chilling out on the road. I haven't seen Stompy this morning, the male with the short tail. I'm sure I'll see him a bit later. There's some nyala there in the plain. Nyala bulls. Just bear with me because this is really worth a watch. This is where they seem to be happiest. Ellen, yeah, it's for me, all these animals in their natural habitat, it's just awesome to watch them, and to see them in their happy place, even better. That is 3 happy rhino. And you often find rhino do lie head to toe, like they're doing now. It's sort of an anti-predator strategy, facing in different directions, so you can pick up sounds, smells from opposite sides and maximize your chances. There's not too much that these rhino have to worry about, except pesky humans. But I can tell you that we are being watched right now. So they have 24-hour surveillance. And I did hear that, I think it was Cedric, saw the first little impala lamb in Djuma. Here in Kariega, I haven't seen any lambs yet, but I've found that because we have all year rainfall here in this part of the country, you don't generally see them dropping at the same time as other parts where there is a definitive rainy season. So they seem to drop later in the year here. I would say December or January we may see them. I might be mistaken, but that's what I've noticed. In previous years. And while we're speaking about that, just chatting about the other locations and what's been happening. If you're not able to watch the full show, whether it be sunrise, escape to nature, or sunset safaris, you can download the app and watch the highlights and the best bits from each show, including, as I said, escape to nature. So they went from lying on that ridge to in the mud. So I'm pretty sure it's because of the rise in temperature as the day goes on. Shots of Tundi like this, full frame. bit of a portrait. It's a shame that just the grass there in front, but that mud caked on her face. Can't get Sia's portrait, but I could get tattoos. They're also just a little bit down there. Bit of an abstract shot, that. They always lie across this wallow. When I always want to try and tell them it would be way more comfortable if you lie lengthways. But, well, it's their wallow. They can do it how they please. So I'm going to have to keep on looking at and watching the ostriches for more chicks. Oh, that's better from Thandi. Thank you. That'll make a better portrait now that we can see your face properly. That's gonna make the pick of the day, methinks. There'll be a couple of good ones there.
The updated Wild Earth app is here, as well as 12 hours of fresh live content a day for free. You can watch repeats and highlights of shows you have missed, and if you have subscribed to be an explorer, exclusive access to the behind the scenes channel, access to rehearsals for new locations, a chance to give us feedback, and explorers also watch totally ad-free. Download the app today.
And I've seen Thandi also using the small little horn of Sia's to scratch where her horn used to be. And I think it's down to that it must be quite itchy. It must be like a callus with lots of scar tissue there. And so using his small little horn as like a tree stump, a mobile one, and a scratching post. She looks like she wants to roll over on her side. So Easy B, yeah, Thandi is she's a big female. She's not. I mean, as rhino go, she's not bigger than your average female rhino. She's a good size, but I mean, we're talking over 2 tons of animal, so she is huge. And you can just see, compared to her youngsters, she's quite a lot bigger than them. But compared to a bull, she'd be slightly smaller. But she is a very good-sized female. And she's a very clever mommy as well. Lots of exhaling. She can roll on his side. Come on, go for it. So I do consider myself lucky because this is pretty much my office. Not too shabby, I do say. I don't think they're going to be doing too much more than that for the next hour or so. If we're lucky, Thandi may roll on her side. Unless something startles them. Sometimes the Egyptian geese, when they fly over, that does startle them. With their short-sighted vision, something moves fast and near to them, they do often get a fright. Tetu looks like his head is getting heavier. So Quentin, a gestation period of a rhino is 16 to 18 months. It's not always exact, but around that, yeah, between 16 and 18 months. So it's a long gestation period. So you always find with the animals that do have longer gestation periods, the babies are more developed, and that does enable them to sort of be mobile quicker, to be able to follow their mom, and to be able to develop enough to keep up with her, and in so doing it's sort of an anti-predator strategy too. There we go. That's much better. Now, ooh, can even roll over. See, Tandy? I told you. If you lie lengthways, then you're in the business. Yeah, Amanda, I think she must have, hey? Because she went lengthways and she had a little roll, and now she looks even happier. Let's see if I can get some more portraits of the wonderful Tandy. I get the focus perfect. There's a Cape Longclaw calling. Meow. See, she's got to obviously keep her head just out of the mud. She's got to breathe. So she'll use the side of the swallow, rest her face. There we go. So there you can see the notches in the ears, nice and close, and they choose the specific site, as I was explaining yesterday with that 8-year-old bull, but I wasn't as close as this. Now you can see it nice and clearly, and there's a formula. I'm not quite versed on the exact formula, but each spot on the ear has got a particular number, and then when they notch it like that, they'll do on the left and on the right, or it depends. They've got a particular sort of numbering that they do according to this formula, and then they add up from where it is. So let's just say that bottom notch would be 1, and as you go up, the particular spots on the ear each has a placement for different numbering. So for example, let's say that bottom one would be 1, and up the top where they've notched it there, that would be a 9, and everything obviously in between. So sometimes you might see a rhino with 2 or 3 notches on one ear and 1 on the other, or 5 on one ear and none on the other, etc., etc. And that they've got particular numbering on all the different spots on the ear, and then the formula adds up to a unique number for each and every rhino, and that's then how they identify them, and that goes into a database. I think on Sia, I don't think they would have notched him yet, but I don't know. I think they'll do it when he's over 2 years old. Let's just see with Thandi. She might be so unique that they don't need to notch her. I don't see any notches on her ear, on her ears. Looks like it's time to move. Is it? She's got mud all the way on her face as well. She really rolled in the mud there. Once she does that, then you'll see that the others will move and follow pretty quickly. So it really looks like he doesn't want to get up, but Mom said it's time to move. probably go back to the same spot they were lying in. Maybe do it again. So Chad, sometimes they don't get up as soon as Mom gets up, but they never far behind. So they don't stay on their own, and if Mom does get up and move off, they will follow. Sometimes they just take slower than before, but they'd never let it out of their sight. You can see Sia's really tired. Straight back to lying down. Tetu's pretty tired too. Here's some red-faced mouse birds now. Beep, beep, beep. See there? Scratching her sort of stump on Sia's horn. So, Thandi and her two youngsters, Sia and Mtetu, at least put on a little bit of a show for us, and she now getting some relief on her amputated horn, scratching on her son's little horn. Anyway, I'm going to see what else is going to show up for us here next to the Scotia Dam. In the meantime, head you on over to Andrew.
Thanks, Ralph. Yeah, we're back at Vredeland and we are following up on the secretary bird's nest with the chicks in the front there, and they are present, which is quite nice. It's always nice to come back here and see what they're up to. and we found a nice place to park where we can see the chicks and sometimes the adults when the adult lies down there. And where we park now is the best view that we can get, so it's not too bad at all. It's the first time that I mentioned was with this secretary bird nest that I've seen chicks, so very nice to watch. Will do. Absolutely, Morgan, will do. So the adult is somewhere around here, just we can't see it now. We did have a glimpse of it walking around earlier on, so we're just going to keep our eyes peeled if we do see it, but it might just come back to the nest, and if you're lucky you might even see it fly in and land on the top of this nesting site. Just trying to look with binoculars. Morgan can probably see it better than I can. Just trying to see if their mouths are open at the moment, because they're very exposed and they do heat up very quickly up there. Mouths are open, yeah? Okay. So they are feeling a little bit hot at the moment, and just to open up the beak, allowing the air in, the air flows over that membrane in the mouth, and that helps them to cool down, but also can help them to heat up as well. Okay, now I see quite clearly. Mouth is wide open. Yeah, they're getting very big now. Look at the beak even. The beak is very sharp and well developed. There's actually a few different theories as to how they believe that secretary birds could have got their name, and one includes possibly named by a Dutch settler because of its resemblance to the 19th century lawyers' secretaries. And another theory suggests that the name is sort of a corruption of the original Arabic word meaning a hunter bird. But they've got a very interesting Latin name, which is the Sagittarius serpentarius, which translates to the archer of snakes. Hi there, Devon. The toughest bird of prey in terms of like being robust and hardy. Bird of prey. Let me give that a think. The toughest bird of prey. I think martial eagle, one of them. They're very, very hardy animals. A crowned eagle, I would say as well. And then southern ground hornbills are also very, very tough animals. They're very resilient animals. And they seem to survive quite well in quite drastic situations. And I think peregrine falcon is also quite a tough little bird because, yeah, not too far from this game reserve, I actually witnessed there was a black-winged kite that was flying around. And we could hear this whistling sound. We weren't quite sure what it was. It was something I'd never heard before. And the next thing, the black-winged kite was on the ground and it had been smacked by a peregrine falcon coming down at hundreds of kilometers an hour. And it must be a tough bird to sort of hit another bird at such a rate of speed. And that whistling sound was from the descent, that high-speed descent. It's actually quite amazing to think how far secretary birds can actually roam out in the nature, looking for food and things like that. But according to what I've read, they can go up to between 25 and 30 kilometers in a daytime. They're not going to be in a straight line out, but all the zigzags in their motion looking for anything to feed on. And they walk at an average speed of between 2 and 3 kilometers per hour, which is quite something. And I think those long legs definitely helping them to cover those distances much easier than having those short little legs. Just want to mention that the CEO, Graham Wallington, he is going to be hosting a town hall this Sunday, which is the 6th, so it's today, at around about 7:30 Central African time, and will be for Wild Earth explorers, and definitely a chance for you to chip in. And also there's going to be a little bit of behind the scenes, and you can ask questions and all of that. So definitely your chance if you have anything that you are thinking about and you want to ask Graham, and that's going to happen today, 7:30 Central African time tonight. And every time we've come here, I've actually only ever seen the 2 chicks, so I think there's actually only 2 chicks in there. So I'm just scanning the great distance here. Mike, good question. In my personal opinion, I would probably have to say crowned eagle. They are the most powerful raptor in Africa, as we know. And the animals that they've hunted in the past, it's outstanding. So mainly primates, so adult vervet monkeys and things like that. They've taken baboons, they've taken small antelope. And out in Natal, in one of the wilderness areas of Natal, it's quite a sad one, but a crowned eagle actually took a young human. I don't know if it killed that human or tried to pick it up. I'm not quite sure, but extremely powerful. I mean, you must have a look at their talons. Their talons are so big that if you don't have a specialized mitt for these guys that do falconry, they apparently can break an arm. very powerful. I've seen quite a few, and I've actually seen in the coastline, closer to the coastline, ground eagle taking a vervet monkey. Ah, there's a nice view. I just dipped. Hello. But I'd also say, you know, along the sort of the waterine areas where fish eagles occur, they also dominate the skies in their habitats, and they're just wonderful to watch. African fish eagles. There used to be a nesting pair here in Amakhala many years ago. They haven't been seen nesting for a while now. And then vultures, we can't forget about vultures. Yeah, that's very true. Vultures, they are very dominant in the skies. Hi Carol, also a very good question. They kick extremely powerful, and I did read up something the other day. I can't remember what the exact reading was, but as far as I remember, it was something like 20 of force. This is measured in force, up to, was it 20 times their actual body weight in force or something like that. I'll just have a look and see if I can find that right up again. But if there's a snake around you and it gets kicked by a secretary bird, it's serious. That snake is going to have permanent damage if it manages to get away. But most of the time they don't. They stun the snake on one kick. And these are not small snakes they go for. They go for full-grown puff adders. And some of the puff adders in the Eastern Cape are very large. Some of the largest puff adders I've ever seen in my career are in the Eastern Cape. Let's see if I can't find that right up. Okay, so I see it's 5 times its own body weight in force in their kick. So the average weight. Yeah, you got the adult there. Brilliant. Ah, there we go. Adult is just showing up now. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. So let's watch a bit and see what she's going to do, or he's going to do. Very difficult to say if this is the male or female. Okay, just busy feeding there. just going to tone down and let you enjoy this interaction between the chicks and the adult. Okay, so it seems like that feeding process is complete here, but they do require quite a bit of food, so I'm sure it'll take place again. And it's interesting that they feed them liquid, so they'll swallow what they eat and then feed them liquid in the form of regurgitation. And the other times we have seen them with whole meals here. I think it's the adult that's been feeding. Beautiful faces, my goodness. And those beautiful feathers on the back of the head. Something that's crossed my mind is, here in the Eastern Cape we do see quite a fair amount of the jackal buzzards that are flying around, and jackal buzzards have been known to raid nesting sites. You got the second one? Ah, cool. there's the second one. Oh, beautiful. Maybe it's going to bring something. Okay, so both parents are present here. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, so what I've been wondering is jackal buzzard. If a jackal buzzard had to fly over here, of course I think the nesting site is going to be at risk of the chicks being eaten by the jackal buzzard, and how they actually protect them against that. But I think the fact that, you know, one adult is usually present at the nest with the chicks, I think that helps a lot. Hi there, Tammy. Sure, I don't think they're going to be immune to venom, but they do have adaptations to, you know, not have snakes bite them and cause problems. One of those adaptations is to have very, very thick, well-formed scales on the legs. It's like no other raptor. So that's clear armoring on the legs. Now, because of the length of their legs, they're able to, you know, get upon the snake very quickly before it's able to think about, you know, defending itself. It happens very quickly, and before the snake or prey item even knows what's going on, it's been kicked. But also because of the length of their legs, you know, they can stand back to a degree, putting their bodies at less of a risk. But if they get bitten on their chest or their breast area, I'm pretty sure, you know, even venomous snakes can harm them. Because birds are very delicate animals, more so than mammals in some degrees. Okay. Just going to stick around, see if that second adult actually does come and join the nesting site. That'll be very cool to watch. And we'll see if the switch over happens. Okay, let's watch. Oh, look there. What's that? See, he dropped it on the floor of the nest. So it didn't feed it to the chicks, it just dropped it on the floor of the nest. And there's the monogamous bonding. I'm not sure what this adult brought. A ball of something. So I think it brought some food for the partner that's been with the chicks the whole time. But let's just see. see a chick opening its mouth there. And the adult seems to be regurgitating there. Interesting. There we go, regurgitating again. It was a very interesting sighting that happened about a week and a half ago with Alnich, and he posted a video on the Amakhala Field Guide group of a secretary bird swallowing a scrub hare whole. It was a young scrub hare. Incredible, isn't it? Okay, so yeah, I'm trying to figure ball of something at this point. We're going to see if we can't try and identify what this adult has got there. I think it's probably along the lines of a mouse of sort. It's been mangled up quite badly. Yo. Oh, it's a mouse. Oh my goodness. Yo. Oh my. Oh, as quick as it went in is as quick as it went down. Unbelievable sighting. And the chicks are looking at them like, what about us? Okay, there's the switch. Isn't this just fascinating? Okay, seems like a little bit of a nap time, a rest time. I'm so glad that we have seen all of this. Martha, thank you. I can't take any credit for this. This is all the secretary birds, so I'll let them know. And I'm sure they are grateful for your comment. Unbelievable. For myself as well, I've sort of got these little hairs standing up on my neck now because it's just something that you don't see every day. Most of the time, you know, secretary birds and that and the nesting sites, they get overlooked. Great interaction between both adults, the adults and the chicks, adult and prey. So many different things have been happening in the time that we've been watching them. And that's what makes a sighting truly spectacular.
Every day brings something new here on Wild Earth. Whether it's ostriches dancing at Amakala, elephants chasing wild dogs at Madikwe, or a royal leopard standoff at Juma. Now, you never have to miss a beat. If you are not always able to watch live, then download the Wild Earth app and you can catch up no later than 1 hour after the live show has finished. Wild Earth, it's in nature.
Trying to see what this adult was doing there. I think sort of bonding and cuddling with the young one, and I see the young one has got its head all the way up to the chest of the adult here, just to re-establish their connection and their bonds. Alexander, they're very busy today. Yeah, that thought has gone through my mind quite a bit here. When the one adult is out there foraging and returning back to the nest and feeding the other adults and chicks, and then there's a switch. We saw a bit of social behavior. Very, very busy animals, and truly a spectacular sighting this, and I won't forget this very easily. That's what I love about nature, is that you've got the ability to see new things every single day that you've never discovered before. No matter how many years you can work out in this environment, you will always see new things, and I love that about this. The wind is picking up a bit here, which can be expected for this time of the day. Alright, while we reminisce on what we've just seen here, I'm going to send you over to Rolf.
Thanks, Andrew. It sounds like lots of action over there with the secretary birds. Well, there's lots of calmness here on Kariega, lots of sleeping animals, but these warthogs aren't sleeping. They're feeding alongside the zebra, and so I decided to follow them around a little bit, being the only ones that are really active right now. Just feeding on through the couch grass and yellow button flowers. Birds of a feather flock together, and antelope with the same digestive system, or animals should I say, the same digestive system, do sort of move in the same areas, especially when they feed on similar food, like the zebra and the warthogs. The wind picking up quite substantially now as well, as you can see. Lots of feeding going on. Yesterday we were chatting about the stripes on zebra and the reasons why they evolved as such, with a few studies being done on insect repellent and specifically disease-carrying flies. It seems that the black and white is a very good repellent of these particular flies. Warthogs do also tend to wallow like the rhinos, and then they do a lot of rubbing on rocks and termite mounds and trees, etc. So you very often find near to water, especially where there's lots of muddy patches around the water or wallows, you'll tend to find a lot of mud rubbed off on the trees and any posts or anything significant that they could use. And obviously you can, when looking at those signs, you can work out whether it was from a warthog, a rhino, or potentially buffalo, all the usual wallowing suspects. And bush pig and warthog tracks are very similar, but the warthog tracks open towards the back of the track in normal, reasonably hard substrate, whereas bush pigs, it opens in the front. And they can be quite a bit larger, but you also do get small bush pigs, so it's not always just about size. You do need to look at the track, but in soft substrate it does make the toes of warthogs splay, so it can look very similar to bush pig, but you need to look if it was due to it being in mud or whatever, softer substrate. You need to look in general with the tracks that they leave. Seems like it is a female with two older piglets, oldish piglets, still reasonably young. There's a yellow now. Feeding on the same grass, I believe. It's a lot of the couch grass, mainly. There is a mix. Itchy ear. So Quobus, in the pig family, Suidae, we only have warthogs and bush pigs. Those are the only species in the pig family that occur here. And warthogs, there's only one species of warthog. And that is indeed the ones that we are looking at here. Pan across. There's the road that goes up towards the lodge, main lodge. So here's back towards Scotia Dam. And the zebra are grazing and drinking. Let's just have a look at those ones there. Seem to like a bit of that grass that's growing on the edges of the pan itself. And there's still a few of these zebra that are heavily pregnant, so it won't be long and we'll be seeing their foals as well. Lots of stripes. So they said today it would get up to about 23 degrees, but with this easterly wind, it's coming pretty much straight off the ocean, and the sea has gone very cold over the last few days, so it is quite a cold breeze. So although the sun is pretty sharp, it's almost like I want to put my jersey on, because this wind is pretty chilly coming off the ocean. There's that lovely big Scotia in the background, Scotia afra, or the Karoo bourbine. Here comes an eland. It's a young bull. The elands just have a tuft of hair right at the end of their tail. Whereas zebra, pretty much their whole tail is a tuft of hair. You very often see the eland scratching themselves with their horns as well. Warthogs have made their way down to the water now. Next to those blue flowers of the plumbago. like we're also feeding on that grass that's growing out on the edges. Rhinos are still sleeping up on the little edge next to the wallow. They haven't moved. So, question from Kathy. I think it's around their hearing. Do they have good hearing? They do. They do have very good hearing. You can see also with the sort of... So, sorry Kathy, it's more their vision, not their hearing. Yeah, they do have pretty good eyesight. And particularly daytime eyesight, and they can see quite far as well. But their strongest senses, I would say paramount, first and foremost, is their smell, sense of smell. Most of the animals out here definitely using smell as the premier sense, then hearing, and then eyesight. But zebra do have good eyesight, much like donkeys and horses. But like I say, they use that in conjunction with the smell, hearing and sight. But they can spot movement off in the distance, and often when you go out on trail, even if you walk into the wind, so they wouldn't be able to smell you, but they can see you from far, and they start running off. Getting into the detail of these animals. That mane is perfectly straight, and the colors come through from the neck. Constantly riddled by flies. See how they pick their feet up and stamp them down, trying to chase them off. closely, you can see the difference in their patterns, each one being unique. Itch near to its hoof. They can be quite nice to each other, but they can also be extremely nasty, biting and kicking. So Vaughan, I think what you may be hearing is an Egyptian goose sort of making the racket noise that they generally do. I think that's what you might be hearing. It's one of the common denominators here on this particular spot. There's a lot of Egyptian geese here, and they're all coupled up, and they're constantly talking to each other, the couples. And then when any of the other geese sort of move around, they fly around, and then there's a lot of vocalization there as well. There you can hear that sort of hoarse sound now again. The grunting from the zebra is quite similar to that grunt of the rhino as well.
The Mara Triangle is one of the most stunning locations that we have had the privilege to broadcast from, thanks to the unsung heroes. the Mara Rangers, who risk their lives to protect this Eden. These brave men and women deserve our support. Donate and be one of the helping hands uplifting these rangers, so that we may maintain this icon, the Mara Triangle.
Dog's just running around. I don't think he quite knows what he's doing. There are those Egyptian geese again. Notice the zebra, they do stand and sleep, and you'll see they just sort of rest one leg, they raise it slightly, and then very often they also do put their heads over each other's backs. Those tails never stop swishing. So as always, don't forget that this is an interactive experience. So jump on board with us as we escape to nature and send through your questions and your comments. We'd love to hear from you. Some more eland starting to move through. As I say, very relaxed scene, and you can see this youngster here just a bit closer to us with that nice fluffy coat on the stripes itself, a little bit browner, and while zebra as photogenic as ever. And this is not the only place where we have lots of zebra, although here it's very green. At Okukuyu, I wonder if there's any zebra come down to drink there.
Thanks, Ralph. And unfortunately, we don't have any zebra at the moment. However, we have just had some gemsbok come through. They are slowly making their way back off, but there are some springbok around currently, as well as some wildebeest just at that closest tree. They're very interesting scenes, and it's remarkable how different it really is with all this weather that has started to come through. And I think we can hopefully start to see some of the first rains of the season, but that does obviously dictate that the waterholes and animals will do their own thing. It is a bit cooler because of that, so just something to keep in mind. Nice to have our springbok through. So quite pleasant, lots of springbok around, and nice to appreciate them. A couple of wildebeest off in the distance, as well as those gemsbok that were just with us too. So really quite a pleasant and relaxing morning here in Okukuyu. And it does look like we do have some animals on the tree line in the distance too. So patience game as always. It's a rather pleasant patience game. It does look like these gemsbok are going to start to move off, so we will spend some time with our springbok and enjoy what they are up to. Hi Lola, yes indeed, it is really cool watching them have a Sunday drink. The sacrament for the Springbok at least. So you can also just hear that cuckoo in the distance. And that is the first one of those that I've heard so far across the different locations. So very happy for that. That being the first African cuckoo that I've heard across our different locations. So very cool. Nice to hear that. Good to tick another cuckoo off the list. But really quite tranquil and pleasant scenes at the moment. Definitely a rather relaxing Sunday here in Okukuyo. The Springbok are taking full advantage of that. So it seems that some of our friends here on the right hand side are a little picky about when they want to come down. And as Ralph did mention, there are lots of zebra, and I can clearly see some just off in the distance on that Mopani line there. So I am hoping that they will come join us too. So really quite a game of patience, but Agentspok are coming through now too, and it'll be interesting with the weather, how deep, or if they do wade into the water. So it seems just with the weather system that is present, everyone's kind of more reluctant to come through. Hi Gavin, yes they do, and this is a pan, so they stretch throughout this entire pan system, and you can hear that African cuckoo now again. Very cool. Very, very cool. So nice to know that that is back and around as well. We have heard a number of the other cuckoos. So definitely the African black cuckoo, the classes, the Deirdricks, red-chested, and I know a number of the others have also been seen by the other guides too. So very cool. So I'm going to try and come closer. I'm hoping that we'll get a better look or closer look at the Skeemsbok in a second. But I can't coax them, unfortunately. It looks like the wildebeest might come join us as well. So slowly, slowly catches a monkey, as the saying goes. And the shapes of the zebra slowly starting to get bigger as well in the distance there, along the tree line. You can just hear the gnuing there. Quite a cool sound. Interesting to see the wildebeest bunt those springbuck away. It'll be interesting to see how long they do hang around for. They don't normally stick around too long, but we'll get a closer look of them quickly. So it's really cool that we are starting to get quite a few different species coming through and down to us here. But it is also time for us to head off to Andrew Namakala and see what's going on there.
Still watching them. We can still have visual of two of the chicks just by the sort of the back end of that adult that's in there, and it just shows you the size of the adults, with that tail included. Not small birds at all. Oh, thank you. Standing up now. Oh, shame. Those little chicklets are really hot with their mouths open, feeling the heat of the Eastern Cape. Oh, now they're standing up. Okay. Look at that. Wow. They look so prehistoric, these youngsters. Oh, just went to the toilet, the one youngster there. Wow, it's walking around there. That little youngster's walking around there, not battling at all. So it just goes to show this nesting site is very impressive. Nice and big. Goodness, I would love to find a secretary bird feather on the ground. So at one stage, actually in my career, I used to collect tails.
So we are back here in Okaukuya, and Andrew will be joining us again just now. Just interesting to see how the dynamics have changed in that short amount of time. The wildebeest have left, as indicated, they wouldn't hang around long. And our gemsbok just seem to be milling about with the springbok. A couple of those zebra yet to start approaching us. But I think that might change quite soon too. It does look like we've got a few of them popping out from the bush there on the left-hand side. So we will get to dazzle ourselves with the zebra in a few moments, I'm sure too. It's amazing how the different colorations on the animals were very different to each other. They all blend into this landscape very well. It's almost quite hard to make them out at a distance. Even though they do differ, they are all very well suited to camouflage themselves in this landscape. You can slowly see these zebra coming down. Unfortunately, they will spend quite a long time here. Longer than the others. They do also need to drink a little bit more than wildebeest. They do drink around twice a day as well. Sometimes as much as 20 liters in a day. So quite a cool scene panning out at the moment. There's zebra coming down. There's wildebeest congregating over there, and these gemsbok, as well as the audio of our African cuckoo. So really cool. Hi, De Villiers, and yes they do. Lion, spotted hyena, leopard and cheetah are all present in the area, and another predator of theirs, or at least for the lambs, will be the jackal that is around here too. So there are a number of them. We did actually see a jackal last night, but yet to see any of the bigger predators. But I do think they are a little more active during the cooler hours and at night as well. So yet to see that. They will also supplement their water intake with what they eat. So just interesting to note. But yeah, there are very good and healthy populations of predators here, and the springbok do get predated on. Hi, Dark Mane Lover, and I'd love to give you a definitive answer. I'm yet to see one myself. I don't know if any of the other Dam Cam naturalists have seen a hunt. So definitely in Mshatu we've had quite a bit of predator action. There was a crocodile that took an impala, and there was also some hyena that had a carcass behind a tree there. But I'm yet to see anything here. Rolf did make me aware yesterday that sometimes the terrapin go after the sandgrass here. It's something will be quite hard to find, and also it will take the dam being a little bit empty as well as the presence of those sandgrass and the doves perhaps to be around. But that jackal was quite busy yesterday, and there were a number of guinea fowl, and there are a number of guinea fowl also that do come through in the evenings too. So it's something we just have to keep tabs on and see how it unfolds. Really awesome getting a good look at our zebra at the moment. Not the biggest harem we've seen here, but just nice to have them through with us anyway. So Dark Mane Love, I did just get confirmation as to who saw the crocodile and the impala. It was in fact Andrew, one of his last days at the waterholes, and he was the one that got to see that. And not too long ago, and we haven't really seen too much of that croc of late. Perhaps with a big meal like that, it doesn't really need to feed as much. So I'm sure it is kind of lining up and preparing itself for its next ambush and meal. It will also take a number of fish as well, so they do also supplement their diet with a lot of fish too, the crocodile.
Elephants are one of those few animals that you can watch all day without ever finding a moment where there's nothing that's interesting you about them.
Register for free on our website or on our app and get stuck into all the excitement of live wildlife viewing. Ask our expert guides your questions, learn more, and enjoy this community of animal-loving people, all in real time. Wild Earth, connecting you naturally.
So it's quite interesting watching these two zebra at the back interact with each other, almost like a standoff that is going on at the moment. They both seem to be quite focused on something else, but really just cool watching everyone have a drink. Indeed, Quickie, they really do. And each coat, much like our fingers and our fingerprints, are identical only to ourselves. So unique to ourselves, much like the zebra stripes. Each coat, each pattern is unique to that specific zebra. Hi Shannon, and the zebra's hooves both here and in Djuma are exactly the same, so they would be equally adapted in either area. There's no difference in their hooves. Seems like something is kind of giving them the spook. I'm going to just come out again and see if anyone else has decided to come through and join us. But lovely to spend time with the zebra anyway. It looks like the wildebeest are quite content hanging back at the moment. Perhaps we'll get some more gemsbok. So I'm just going to leave us a little bit zoomed out at the moment in the hope that we do start to see other herds or animals starting to congregate and then walking down to the dam. So we are just going to have to wait and see who is going to come through here. But in the interim, while we are waiting, it's time for us to check in on Andrew and the secretary birds in Amakhala.
Right, good stuff. We're still watching the secretary birds, and it seems like they are somewhat taking a nap at the moment. They're quite inactive. But as we've seen, they do stand up quite a bit and move around. And it sounds like an airplane is flying over here. There it goes, in the far distance. And this is actually a really good angle that we're at here. We're so blessed for this angle because this is the best angle for viewing. Hey Carl, yes, you're 100% right. They are monogamous. And as far as what I've read, at least 60 to 70% of the species of birds in Africa are practicing monogamy. So these ones are quite a dedicated couple. And so definitely practicing what they call monogamy. Although there are some birds out here which are very cooperative in the sense that some of them are polyandrous, like African jacana. One female's got several males within the area. And then you get the polygamous, which is one male's got several females in the area. But with this particular species of birds, they are monogamous. And it's actually very interesting to watch monogamous behavior because with monogamy comes a lot of socializing and to re-establish their bonds and so on and connections. And you often see that with monogamous birds. I love it. And the secretary birds have been doing that quite well this morning. Very interesting to watch. I can just faintly hear them inside the nest there. Dark Mane Lover, nice to hear from you. Always nice to hear from you. So, birds that are going to predate on secretary birds, and I'm just presuming here from what I've seen in the nature. But as we know, a lot of the raptors are opportunistic and they'll go for anything they can overpower. So any big raptor and jackal buzzards, fish eagles will also scavenge raid nests. I have seen that before in the Timavati Game Reserve. What else? Crowned eagle would most definitely. And crowned eagles fly very high and they can see such good eyesight. They would be able to see these chicks, but of course, being one adult, sometimes even two adults in this nesting site, they're going to be very, very well protected. And we can't forget about the crows. Crows have been known to eat young birds as well. Now, these chicklets are getting quite big now, but that doesn't mean that jackal buzzards and things like that can't harm them. Most definitely can. From time to time, there have been sightings of ground hornbill. Very rare to see on Amakhala, but they have been seen. Ground hornbill will most definitely also predate on secretary bird chicks. So the one adult has ventured off quite far. I'm hoping that maybe it'll come back and show you a good sighting like it did earlier on. But for now, it seems like the other partner is having a bit of a nap time or a siesta. Very busy birds, so definitely taking a chance to catch some rest. So it's actually not far from this area where I used to see a huge rock monitor that used to be around. I'm not sure where it is. I would love to show you that, but that was 2 years ago, so yeah, it's debatable if it's still around, because they do get eaten quite a bit. But it wasn't far from here. It was just close to the Langkloof Valley, which is, sure, very quick. Morning, Milo. From what we've seen, we've only really seen 2 chicks. I thought I saw a potential 3rd chick, but it could have been something else. And then day in, day out that we've been coming here and spending the time that we have here. And up until now, we've spent quite a decent amount of time here. I've only ever seen the 2 chicks, which are quite visible for the most part. We see their heads and their bodies quite a bit, and they walk around. I'm pretty sure we would have seen a 3rd chick if there was one in there. But still very successful, because depending on the food availability that's in the environment will depend on how successfully they're going to raise the chicks. So usually there's 3. Oh, look here. There we go. Look at that. Let's see what's going to happen now. More food. It'd be interesting to know how many things that they bring back to this nesting site in a day period, in a 24-hour period. And I think this is the perfect place to do a little bit of a study on secretary bird. Okay, looks like the switch is going to take place. There we go. The switch has just happened. Other adults is now gone off. So you see how they switch the parenting duties. And it's quite weird, because of the articles that I've read about secretary birds, they often describe secretary birds who taking sort of day role and night role. But that can be area specific. Maybe that study was witnessed where they studied those secretary birds, but it's definitely not happening with these secretary birds. They are every, an hour and a half or so, they're switching roles. So again, it can be area specific, reserve specific, that you might see unique behavior. So we can clearly see that there's 2 there. Ah, Joseph from the UK. Ah, that's very kind of you. That makes me very, very happy. Thank you for putting that through. And you have definitely put a big smile on my face and on my heart. Thank you so much. And I'm glad you watch us. So I'm just going to crouch a little bit, get my binoculars. Let's take a closer look here. Oh, ginormous mouse. Yeah. Now, these birds must have incredibly high metabolisms for them to digest so much food and want so much food intake per day. Which leads me to think that perhaps that could be another adaptation against potential snake bite. And having a high metabolism means that they're going to break down the proteins within the venoms So potentially there's something there. There we go, a little bit of feeding going on there. I'm just trying to wonder how many times that we've seen this feeding process is it actually in fact the adult dribbling water into the young's mouth, because they do that. They'll go to a watering hole, take in some water, come back to the nesting site, and then dribble that water into the mouths of the young ones, because they are going to get so hot in there and they can't really leave that nesting site. They're too vulnerable at this age. So they're going to need water intake. Riley, hi there. It seems like it's a big nest. I don't think this is a year-old or a 2-year-old nest. I think they've been returning to this nest for quite a few years. And every year when they return to the nest, they add extra organic material to the nest to make it much stronger. And so it does get big with time. But from judging from the adults sitting in there, plus the chicks walking around from time to time, no, this is a very well-established nesting site. And the same goes with eagles and hammerkop. The nests get big with time. Nature Child, most welcome. And thank you for your love and support. No, Wild Earth really appreciates you. And yeah, on a Sunday like today, what better way than to go into nature? So there are a few birds calling at the moment, but it's so faint and there's such few of them calling at the moment. So if any of you have any questions or comments, or maybe perhaps your own experiences with secretary birds, please do let us know. And as I've mentioned before that, oh, another mouse, oh goodness. How many mice are there? Oh. There's still very little known about secretary birds, and so if you have anything that you've noticed, perhaps you've seen something amazing, please do share. beautiful. Look at that. So I don't think I would have seen half of the things that I've seen without the pair of binoculars. Although we are quite close to the nesting site, not very close, but we're not very far either. So if you ever do come out on safari, I will encourage you, get yourself a very good pair of binoculars. They do come in great handy. Oh my goodness, another one. 3 in a row. Reckon, eh? Could be the same one backwards and back and forth. I'm just going to watch this very closely with binoculars and see if that mouse does come out again. Let's see what's going to happen here. It seems like regurgitating there. Yeah, they do. They swallow their prey items pretty much whole. And Alnich, he saw a scrub hare, of all things, a young scrub hare being swallowed completely whole, that the back legs were just sticking out. But if it is regurgitating the mouse that it's swallowed whole, I'm just trying to think what would be the purpose of that. Because these chicks sort of need to be fed liquidized meals at this age. But birds will be birds. There will always be more that we don't know about birds than what we do know about birds. That's just the nature of it. But yeah, I'm going to send you all off to Ralph, see what he's busy with, and we're going to contemplate our next plan.
Well, it sounds like there's all sorts of action going on over there at Amakhala, and I'm very interested to know how those little chicks, I don't even know how many there are, but I was there when I saw one chick, so I'm wondering if there's more than one, but I was always hoping I was going to see them being fed as well. So well done, Andrew, good job. Well, here the birds have been making a racket. The Egyptian geese have not been very quiet, and they keep on waking up the rhino, who are trying their best to have an afternoon snooze, but the geese keep interrupting them. They're pretty calm now. Wow, so 2 chicks it seems, Nadine tells me, at Amakhala. I know that site very well. And I'm waiting to see some of these Egyptian geese chicks as well, because I'm sure there's nests around. I haven't seen the nests. They do just make it in a scrape in the ground, and I'm pretty sure that we will see some soon. And other than that, it's pretty calm here on Kariega. You see Thandi and her 2 calves sleeping the day away. While the geese get on with their business. So Fiona, here they are, sleeping beauties, but I wouldn't say they're little. They are rather large, but they are awesome to be around, I must say. And everybody seems to be relaxing now with my presence here. It's I think they're just accepting that I'm part of the furniture. Lots of animals coming right up to the vehicle. When you sit for long enough quietly in one spot, the animals eventually just accept that you're another big smelly animal that doesn't mean any harm. Let's see if these geese get up to their antics again.
Have you ever wondered what happens behind the safari?
And jump!
Living in the wild can affect you,
It's the smell that...
and things don't always go as planned.
I'm gonna start coming down. Whoa!
Download the Wild Earth app and join the crew behind the scenes. Nature.
But if you see doves and Kori bustards, they have gullets, so they put their heads down and sip and swallow while their head is down. They don't need to raise it like you saw these Egyptian geese have to, and most birds do. Not the pigeons, doves, and the Kori bustard. As they make their way off, they're just doing their thing, but it seems like the secretary birds are doing the same.
Thanks a lot, Ralph, and just in time because we have got visual of 3 chicks. So there are actually 3 chicks in there. Look at that. A very proud family, this. So from what we've seen, Picasso, that's an interesting question. I'm not too sure. I'm guessing probably yes, because we do get some very, very venomous snakes out in Africa. Here in Amakhala, the most venomous ones that you're going to see, especially in the habitats where secretary birds are occurring, is puff adder. That's going to be the common suspect. And then also Cape cobras. We don't often see them out here, but believe me, there are some ginormous Cape cobras out here, also known as a yellow cobra. But yeah, when I get back tonight, I will look up that information. I've actually got a book with me that's got some good info on it. Sometimes Google doesn't help, and you have to scratch around for some answers. But Picasso, I will definitely follow up on that. Now, what's nice about having so many guides in Amakhala is that we can throw ideas amongst ourselves. We also have Peter Dunn and Skulk Pretorius, who are at Uluvane, and they are pretty much lecturers who train people to become guides. And they have got the world of knowledge. Emily, totally amazing. Yeah, I suspected there could have been 3 chicks, but then I quickly put that thought away because we've been seeing 2 for the most part. And then Morgan was looking with the camera, he's like, oh, there's 3. I looked with binoculars, and definitely 3. So according to the books, they do lay 3 eggs in the nest, and then depending on the availability of food, depends on how many are going to survive. But from what we've seen, with the amount of different prey items that they are bringing to this nesting site, there is definitely food availability. We are heading towards midsummer now, and so a lot of the young mice are breeding and growing up, and the snakes are also breeding. And I find it amazing that we very seldomly see snakes in any reserve you go to, really. You seldomly see them. And secretary birds have got no problem finding them. So I must tell you an experience I had with secretary birds once. I was a little bit naughty on my behalf. But I went to a wildlife bird of prey sanctuary where, they had a lot of these raptors and so on that maybe they got hit by a car or they were poisoned or whatever the case may be, and they were rescued, taken to a bird of prey center and rehabilitated and hopefully reintroduced. And I went walking around there, and the carer or the handler, I guess you'll call them, of the raptors and the rest of the birds, I think he caught on that I must be a field guide, just maybe the way I was speaking or asking questions. And he pulled me aside and he said to me, would you like to come into the secretary bird cage and assist in feeding? So I said, yes, of course. And so I went into the place where the secretary bird was, and they had some mice that were dead, and he was feeding them these mice. And he gave me the tub and said, would you like to try? So sure. So the way they fed them was they would put them on a platform. It was an elevated platform, so the secretary bird had to fly onto the platform to grab the dead mouse. Anyway, so I was putting the dead mice one at a time on this platform, and then he got distracted with one of the staff members, and he turned his back, and naughty Andrew came out, and so I put the mouse on my hand, and I offered it to the secretary bird out of my hand. And the secretary bird looked at me, and I should have known something was coming. He looked at me, and the secretary bird slowly walked up and kicked my hand, and the mouse went flying in the air. I got a big fright, of course. And then the handler turned around with this look on his face as, what's going on here? What are you doing? And my hands were in my pockets, pretending like I was doing nothing. But that power of the secretary bird's kick on my hand, it is powerful. Okay, just see the adults in the background. And we are heading towards the hottest part of the day now. Oh, I see the chicks are a little bit playing with each other there. That's quite nice. Very special sightings with the secretary birds. Such a privilege to be here. Amanda, I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're enjoying this as well. Yeah, myself and Morgan, we often have a cup of coffee in the mornings and we think, okay, so what are we going to do today? And Secretary Birds is always on the agenda that, yeah, we need to follow up there, see how they're doing, get all of you involved. It's very special. Now, the other nesting site that I'm aware of from last year, you don't get to see much in that nesting site. If you're lucky, you see the adults standing like the others were. And nobody really comes out here. I don't know if the respective guides know that the sighting is here and the nesting sighting is here, but nobody ever really comes out here. So these secretary birds are really getting used to us. And I like that because they don't feel threatened by us and they can just continue doing their daily activities without worrying about us. It's also just the scene where we are now is also quite special. Topography out here is very unique. And of course the huge ominous clouds that are condensing and building up, always nice. Sure, Sue, that's a tough one. So I did a read up about that. I did remember seeing something about that. That was about a week ago I did that. I've forgotten how many days it is. So Sue, I must try and get back to you on that one as soon as I know. Okay, so I have got an answer for you, Sue. It says that they'll fly after about 8 weeks. That's 2 months. They should start flying. And if you want to do some reading up on it, there's a beautiful article written up by, what's it called? It was written up by the Kruger National Park. And so they've got nice groups of secretary birds out there, and they've done a huge write-up. And I think someone has been doing sort of a case study there. I know a lot of practical students do go out to the Kruger National Park, and they do a lot of observing, and they've done a beautiful write-up on that. It sounds like a red-billed oxpecker is somewhere around here. Hey there, Tom. Yeah, so they lay 3 eggs, which sometimes are white in color, but they can be sort of a greenish color, much like the hawks and eagles. and the inside of the egg is also a greenish color, like a light pale green. But whether they are successful in raising all those chicks, it all depends on so many factors. How experienced the adults are, and food availability, rainfall, all those things are going to come into consideration. So each year that they nest sort of provides its own challenges. Conditions are not going to be the same every year, they're going to change. And this time 2 years ago, Amakhala was really in a bad drought. We still are in that drought, but not like it was 2 years ago, where the rainfall that we had was very minimal. It was so harsh in this environment due to the drought that we didn't see too many jackal pups last year and the year before. Yes, we did see some, but not many. And just to let you know about the jackal pups that we've been following up on, they have moved their den site. Myself and Morgan are still trying to find out and locate that den site, but we will eventually get it. We have seen the adults hanging around a particular area, and we have our own ideas where the jackal new den site might be. So it's also interesting that both sexes, male and female, cooperatively will build the nest. So they both take part in building the nest. But when it comes to incubation, it's mainly the female that incubates the eggs, from what I've seen or researched. And the eggs are laid roughly May and June. And then, of course, the chicks are fed by both parents, as we have witnessed now. And also just something to think about, if you do read something and you go to a game reserve, okay, I'll get to that, what I was going to say now. But Kevin, yeah, they do seem to have these crane-like legs. That's the way they describe it. Crane-like legs, eagle-like bodies. So I should think that they're quite tough legs, quite strong legs. They will be hollow to a degree in the middle, but not like birds that spend a lot of time in flight. Because secretary birds are mainly terrestrial birds, which means that they're on the ground. And they'll take in flight usually when they're forced to. So when they're being disturbed by a predator or a threat, and they'll take flight and just fly away. So I think their legs are a lot stronger than that of, like, the doves and all those other birds that like to spend a lot of time in flight. And I think that's the reason why. But they only weigh about just over 4 kilograms. I know it doesn't look it, but they're not very, very heavy birds in consideration to their size. But what I was saying earlier is, if you do read something in a book and you go to a game reserve and you see that that's not really happening, books are a general guideline, and often it's area specific and reserve specific. You'll see a lot of the time unique behavior. So for an example, books will describe cheetahs to being diurnal hunters. They're active mainly in the day. But now when I was at Swalu, it was the opposite. We noticed that cheetahs out there were very active at night. Not just on full moon. I can just hear the chicks. A very subtle sound. And just by looking in the far distance, I can just see the heat waves on the hillsides. Yo, it is very warm today. I think it's about 30 degrees Celsius now. It doesn't sound too hot in comparison to that of like Djuma and Pridelands, etc. But here for the Eastern Cape, 30, 32 degrees, we consider that a very hot day. Although it can get hotter than that. And I just think about these chicks, all exposed, no shade up there. Really are adaptable animals. Okay, we're going to continue watching a little bit more. In the meantime, I'm going to send you to Alex at Ukukuya Waterhole.
Thanks, Andrew. And really fascinating watching those secretary birds in the nest there. But we are also here watching and waiting for the zebra to come and join us at the waterhole. There's a jackal there as well, and you'll be able to just note running off to the left. I think that's why everything else is kind of just hanging back. Quite clearly the jackal is there. I'll try and take us in a little closer. It is going to probably run off though. Yeah, just off to the left of us. So you can even see everything else is kind of keeping a watchful eye. Some impala in the distance as well. So nice to see the black-faced impala as well. And this jackal scooting through. Seems like we have now lost our visual of that jackal, but very cool to see. There we go. Had to stop behind the tree. Very cool to see. Not really posing a threat to any of the animals around the waterhole right now. Probably just thirsty, maybe looking for a dove. Got some impala just there in that thicket on the other side. Lots of springbok, zebra, gemsbok and wildebeest around at the moment.
Did you see that incredible sighting with Lauren and the wild dogs? Oh, and on the sunset show yesterday, Tessa saw Maribs. Are you someone who only has time for the best bits? Well, we have some great news for you.
It's absolutely amazing.
Download the Wild Earth app today and you can watch the best highlights from each safari show.
Look at this.
Every single day.
Look at how fascinating this is.
Wild Earth. Cheers.
So it does seem we're going to have to be a little patient. That isn't really an issue. Really quite pleasant here on a Sunday. Lots of springbok moving around. I do think the zebra hopefully going to start to approach that, or they will probably mission off. It looks like leaving the waterhole is the idea. Lovely to hear those wildebeest canoeing in the background too. Really is quite clear why they are called canoe as well. A decent amount of springbok that seem to just be missioning off as well. I'm really hoping that we will start to get some of those wildebeest and gemsbok back down here. Hi, Elephant Lover, who's 9. And that is a very good question, because it does look rather barren right here. And there is apparently grass in and amongst some of this concrete stone that is here, although it does get trampled quite a bit by the large number of herbivore and animals that do come through, as well as there being grass in that Mopani thicket on that far horizon in front of us. Otherwise, I'm not too sure how far the rest of their food is, or where else they would be traveling to there, or how far that is. But definitely in and amongst these Mopani thickets and different thorn trees and that, there's definitely grass there. There is a little bit of grass cover around here as well. And a lot of these animals are browsers or mixed feeders too, so they'll also be taking browse. So those trees would also then assist them, and that is where they would get their food and sustenance too. So the true real grazers that are here are the wildebeest and the zebra. And the other antelopes and animals that are around are in fact mixed feeders and browsers. It looks like some of our springbok and 1 or 2 impala are coming to join us. Seems like there's quite a bit going on off in the distance over there. Yet to confirm. I do think our zebra are going to push across to the left of us. I don't think they're going to join us down here to drink, but let's have a look and see. Otherwise we will just also enjoy some time with the springbok for the moment. also just be able to make out the audio, some of those hornbills around. Really quite pleasant just watching the springbok quench their thirst. But once again, I'm going to zoom out again. I just want to keep tabs on who is still milling about and perhaps if they are starting to approach. Maybe we'll see some of these zebra come down. Hi Candy, so they are also Hartmann's mountain zebra. They are up obviously in the mountains, which their name would allude to. There's also the red hartebeest, and we did see one of those the other day. And there'll also be steenbok, perhaps klipspringer as well in those more mountainous areas. Kudu, which we haven't seen yet today. Yeland. And perhaps even some of this Grijsbok, I'm sure, as well. So those are the antelope that are here and that do occur in Etosha. Also get dik-diks. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. There'll be little Damara dik-diks. Obviously those black-faced impala that are just off in the thicket on the left-hand side of us. I'm trying to think if I've missed out on any, but I think I've called out everyone that I can think of right now. Yeah, off the top of my head, that is everything that you will see here. In terms of the antelope, at least. Hi Jesse, yes they do indeed fight, most often or not when they are getting into their rutting season, which is where they determine who are the most dominant and who will then have mating rights. So that is generally when antelope fight. So we are patiently waiting on Gemsbok and Zebra to come down and join us, but lovely numbers of springbok through here at the moment. Really pleasant scenes. Very relaxing, nice way to spend a Sunday. This looks like some wildebeest also slowly starting to build up in numbers and also coming through to join us. So again, the patience game is winning for us. And we will start to get some more action right now. So it looks like slowly but surely some of the antelopes and other animals are coming through to join us. I'm going to just come through a little closer on the springbok, and hopefully we will then get some of those wildebeest and the odd zebra coming to join us now as well. Really quite a nice procession of wildebeest on the way down. So likely, as we thought, numbers have been building, and I think we are slowly going to get everyone else coming down here. It'll be interesting to see when the oryx decide to join them, or the gemsbok. But it does look like with the wildebeest coming down, the zebra have also decided they are thirsty enough now. A little bit of an argy-bargy going on there. Not too sure what that's about, but clearly nothing too much wrong. Really cool watching animals approach to the water. Interesting to see this jostling going on with the wildebeest and the zebra at the moment. It'll be quite interesting to note because the wildebeest won't stay here as long as the zebra either. So once the zebra do get you, they do kind of dominate the space and the scene. But it does seem that these wildebeest aren't necessarily the happiest with these two zebra right next to them at the moment. Yes, Elizabeth, it really is fantastic watching the wildebeest and zebra, as well as these springbok, just come down to the waterhole, as well as just approach too. Very, very cool. So it seems like some of our wildebeest are going to slowly start making their way off, and we're going to start to slowly make our way across to Andrew and the secretary birds.
Thanks, Alex. And we're still watching these little chicklets here in the secretary bird nest. Seems like a little bit of inactivity right now. They've settled down quite a bit now. I think one of the adults is not too far from here, just we can't see it. I think it's in the shade somewhere. I did see it hanging around a bush there. Seems like it could be in the shade. And then while you're watching these secretary birds, I'm just going to let you know about some of the birds that I've heard while we've been here for these few hours. But I did hear a pale chanting goshawk close to Ndlovu crossing side, which is sort of on our left side. Karoo prinia is going wild out here. It's also a little bit far. Bar-throated apellis, green-backed Camaroptera, chestnut-vented warbler, black cuckoo, Klaas's cuckoo, Deirdre's cuckoo, and the Cape Longclaw I've heard, southern booboo. So quite a few different birds have been calling while we've been here. And for the bird watchers and lovers, I'm sure you'll find that pretty cool. So currently there is a gentle breeze that's moving through here, just cooling things down just a little bit. Every now and then we do smell some of the fynbos that is sort of filtrating through the valley. Very herby, nice smell, very nice smell. We haven't seen any swarms of bees today, which is quite surprising. Myself and Morgan have seen quite a few different swarms, and the one day we actually drove through the center of a swarm. Well, we didn't drive through it, they came through us, but we were a part of the swarm for a brief moment. I think it's got to do with the sweet thorn trees out here. I think they're very much attracted to the sweet thorns. Adam, the call of a secretary bird. It's difficult to mimic. You know, I could play the sound for you on the Roberts Birds app now, but I'm not going to, because I would hate for these secretary birds to think that there's sort of an imposter in the territory here. No, I'm not going to mimic it. Morgan wants me to mimic it, oh goodness. Yo. Oh man, Morgan, you're putting me on the spot here. Okay, here goes. So the sort of like a shh. Let me just get my whistle right there. So like a shh, shh, shh. Similar to that sound, very raptor-like sound that So not quite like that, but almost like that. So it was so terrible that not even the secretary birds flinched. A very raptor-like call. And often, if you ever do hear raptors calling, listen carefully how prehistoric that sounds like. It almost sounds like a dinosaur calling. And they are in fact closest, more so than the reptiles and crocodiles and so on. Birds are living descendants of dinosaurs. Wow, I can hear some cicada beetles in the background here. This is the time of the day for cicada beetles to call. The theory is cicada beetles like to call in the midday because most of the birds and other sort of sounding animals, they're mainly calling in the morning and afternoon and get their call across. So the cicadas just prefer to take the open window during the heat of the day when everything else is resting. And that's all for breeding purposes, to attract partners and so on and breed. Every time I think of a cicada beetle, I always think of Tessa, who's usually out in Djuma. Her favorite insect, in fact, is a cicada beetle. So cicada beetles actually make the sound with their back legs. And they've got timbals within the body which amplifies the sound. And now the next time you have a speaker at home that is broken, instead of just throwing that speaker away, open it up with a screwdriver and have a look at the speaker mechanism. So the mechanism, which are domed like structures, are very much similar to that of cicada beetles. And that helps to amplify the sound. Jamie, hello. If I got that question right, do all birds use the same mechanism for cooling down? So opening up the mouth like that. So yes, so reptilians are doing that as well. I forget the exact name of that membrane in the mouth. I think it's called the lymphatic membrane. I might be mistaken, but anyway, let's move on from that. That membrane in the mouth, so when they open the mouth, that will help them cool down in hot situations by allowing air in. And then when they want to heat up in the mornings, they may also open up their mouths to allow sunlight to warm up that membrane in the mouth. Classic example of those crocodiles that we might see from time to time. They lie on the banks with their mouths open, trying to cool down and trying to warm up in the early mornings. But maybe some other birds have got different mechanisms. Some birds will, will bath in the water, not just to cool down, but also to remove the excess uropygial oil. And I think that's also a good cooling mechanism. Good old-fashioned sitting in the shade. and then limiting their movements during the day. Much like these chicks are doing right now. They are very hot at the moment, but they're not moving around too much. You just see the head bob around. And that's going to help them just to stay cooler. So it's almost like these chicks are just keeping their heads up and they sort of anticipating when the adults are going to come back with a nice meal again. And I think it would be lovely to see that again, but I think, yeah, in the heat of the day like today now, I think it's a good idea that everybody just lays low for now, conserve the energy. Because nature at the end of the day are big on saving energy. So subconsciously they'll do the mathematics whether what they want to do is going to exert more energy than what they're going to gain. And if that's the case, they automatically elect not to. That's hence the reason why you'll sometimes see predators just watching something run off when you think, you know, you can catch it. It's not too far away, you can do it. But the amount of energy exerted versus the amount of energy gained overlaps. Okay, and then don't forget that our CEO, Graham Wallington, is going to host the town hall meeting 7 o'clock tonight, Central African time. And during that, you can definitely go through all the things you want to go through. And he's also going to show you a few of the behind the scenes and the makings and so on. So very interesting. And definitely your chance to put your input through. And this will be for explorers. And something to look forward to, most definitely. Look at those faces, unbelievable. So if I just look at their head, it would be easy to think that this is an eagle nest and not a secretary bird nest. But the biggest giveaway here is the type of bush. So they usually use, forks in Vachellias, which is the old acacia, and very low sort of bushy bushes in the open grassland area. Generally, eagles like to use very well established old trees, sturdy trees, etc., right on the top. But if all birds were nesting in the same sort of environment, like a big tree, there would be too much competition. So depending on your habitat, they select the most appropriate for them. And this, in a way, sort of alleviates the competition, that everybody's going for a different style, in a way. Okay, we're going to send you over to Alex at Ukukuyo and see what he's busy with.
Thanks, Andrew. And yes, we are back in Ukukuyo. Lots going on at the moment. Our patience is definitely paying off. Lots of gemsbok around at the moment. I'm really hoping they do get into the water and we get to see them almost in the center of the dam where they do like to go. Although it is a little cooler today, it might not be the case, but also great to have our zebra through too. So really quite cool. It does seem like everyone is kind of moving off again. I'm hoping that our gemsbok do come join us. Although that might not be the case, but great to see them all come through. So we are just holding out here for these gemsbok to come to the water's edge, although it does look like they are winning this patience game at the moment. So it seems like they are slowly starting to get in there. So I'm going to take a closer look, and we'll also just appreciate, I mean, these very elegant, symmetrically horned animals with us. Now, the one that is at the water right now doesn't have the most symmetrical of horns. Quite an interesting shape, and it does happen. Hi, Bianca. And yes, definitely, if they were close enough to that prey and it did run in, it would definitely try to take it there. In particular, in areas where there aren't crocodiles, such as here, I don't see that stopping the predator. Not the deepest water hole either, so I think a predator would run straight in and try and take that animal, provided it was close enough, an animal not too far from it. Lovely scenes. Awesome to have them through with us at the moment. Very, very happy that this did occur and happen. I was worried that they would walk off. So lots of oryx around at the moment. Really cool to see them turn out in this higher number. Really fantastic to be able to spend some time with them. Sometimes we just see them in drips and drabs, so really good to see them in big numbers like this. Quite awesome to see this gemsbok over here with an interesting horn structure. It's bent over on its front right. Oh yeah, on its right horn. Well, the others are really, obviously, very symmetrical. So we do have those two oryx there also fighting. We have seen this quite a lot in the last few days, just quite a bit of competition going on clearly between the bulls. They really do hit each other with quite a force as well. Definitely not something a human would like to be on the receiving end of. It is fantastic getting all of these gemsbok through, and it's also time just to remind everyone that obviously this is a live, immersive and interactive experience. There's also your journey into the African wilderness and safari with us on this Sunday, so please do send through any of your questions, your comments, anything you might have noticed, points of interest. We love to interact with you, and we love it when you keep us on our toes with any of the questions that you do ask. So please do send those through. It does seem like our gemsbok are slowly starting to leave us. Really great to spend some lovely time with big numbers of them through just today. Sorry, I was just looking at those two gemsbok chasing each other around. They really are special. It looks like the last of our gemsbok slowly starting to leave us, but we do have the odd few scooting around, chasing each other in the background, so still something quite cool just to watch. I'm just also going to just zoom out again, just make sure we haven't missed anyone else coming through on the left-hand side of us. Looks like the zebra have also decided to hang around. The cloud seems to be lifting a little bit. It's not as dark, as imposing as what it was this morning. Once again, it could change. It'll be interesting to see when it does actually come down with some rain. I think for now, let's zoom in and have a look and appreciate our gemsbok while we are here. Just hear that Egyptian goose flapping its wings. Nice to see the wildebeest there just grazing in between the concrete. One or two springbok. Hi Kevin, yes it is something that they would take notice of. There aren't obviously any crocodiles here in Etosha and that's throughout this reserve. So there's no need for them to stress about that. But obviously where they are present, animals are aware of that as well. And they are definitely far more wary when they do drink. Great to have these other gemsbok coming to join us as well. And more springbok that have snuck through too. And we'll just bring down our field of view a little bit and try and get everyone in frame. You can just see how these gemsbok really do wade into the water. Looks like one or two of the other gemsbok might join it. This one also doesn't seem to have the most symmetrical of horns. A bit of a kink to its left horn. Really peaceful and tranquil scenes here at the moment. No complaints for a Sunday afternoon, at least not here. It's actually one of the first times we've seen the wildebeest hang out here and graze. So in between this concrete there are little patches of grass, and wildebeest do enjoy the shorter grass. A lot of it actually has also even been trampled by the amount of animals that do come down. But clearly there is something to graze on there because they have hung around quite some time today, grazing in and amongst the concrete. Even seems like one or two of the gemsbok are as well. So we can just hear a lot of those blacksmith lapwings as well. They are ever present at all of our dams. And sometimes getting a good picture here is quite tough. Take us a little closer, have a look at the lapwing. It's been very fun watching our Gemsbok, but the lapwing are always here and it's very nice to see them. Sometimes I do focus on all the other things and skip over them because, as I said, they are everywhere, much like the Egyptian geese. And I haven't seen if any of these ones have any young. But we did also see crowned lapwing here as well yesterday. I do just want to have a skirt around the water's edge too. Quite clearly you can hear the blacksmith lapwing there. Let's just try and see where we actually have a spurwing goose here. Ralph did also have them yesterday in Kariega, but really nice to see this one up here. I just want to get closer. I'm convinced it is a spurwing goose. And another new bird species. No, it's actually just the color of what is going on here in the background, and also just with the lighting. It is actually the Egyptian goose, like I did think earlier. Apologies for anyone that got excited there. Quite cool. So it does have a partner, and they have been around the last few days, generally in the evenings, but with it being cooler, clearly taking the time to spend the afternoon with us today. I'm also just going to zoom out. Let's see if our black-headed heron has also decided to join us. They've been around fairly often. Looks like a decent herd of springbok coming down. Really quite a long procession of them. We'll also join them as well as they come through.
Explorers, we want to hear from you. Your feedback is invaluable in shaping Wild Earth. Join Graham Wallington, our CEO and founder, on the 6th of November at 7:30 p.m. for another town hall. Send in your questions, feedback, criticisms and suggestions, and as always, Graham will be answering and updating you live. See you there.
So I can count roughly around 40 springbuck just around the dam at the moment. Definitely probably more, and there are a couple more that I think I might have missed that are still coming down to. So plus 40 springbuck around right now. Really in the high numbers. Does look like the zebra also slowly coming through as well. And you can just see those dots of wildebeest in the distance. So it's been really quite fascinating with all the different antelope animals around here in Okaukuea for the last bit. Really quite relaxing. But it is also time for us to go and see what is happening across in Djuma. Lovely to spend some awesome time here. So we are back in a completely different area. Lots going on at the moment. Lovely impala, our Egyptian geese, that this time we won't get their identification wrong. Actually, this impala kind of sleeping too. That's not something you see every day either, so that's really quite fun to appreciate. And really taking the opportunity to have a snooze. So the camera will get there now and catch up to me. Lovely to see all the geese here again. Definitely been quite a bit of warfare going on between all of them. The different warring pairs of Egyptian geese that are here and present. Lots of red-billed oxpeckers around as well. So quite clearly you'll see this impala, and so this impala definitely doing the most on a Sunday afternoon. Definitely has the correct idea. This is really not something you see all too often. Actually, I can't remember the last time I've seen an impala taking liberties such as this. I'm also just going to make sure we don't miss out on anyone else. You can hear that lilac-breasted roller too. really quite fascinating watching a sleeping impala. Not something you'll see every day of the week. So just panning around, perhaps Dewey is here. We haven't seen Dewey for a while. And if we do get the opportunity to spend some time with him, why not? And there he is indeed. So, playing host to around 4 terrapins at the moment. I'm sure at some stage we'll see his head popping out too. The one that really is on his head is probably going to get a bit of a fright just now, because it takes around 5 minutes and then they do need to breathe again. So I'm sure we will see that terrapin get shifted off in a second or two. I think there's actually an extra terrapin that is going to pop itself onto the hippo's head in a second or two as well. It does look like there might be. But great to see our sleepy hippo having a breath. I'm sure probably going to put his head right back in the water now as well. You can just see that extra terrapin here slowly getting onto the hippo's head, and you're really not too phased by it. Doesn't seem. But there you go, swimming and joining its friend on the hippo's head. So really special scenes here with Dewey and his now 5 terrapins that are all over him. But it's time for us to go and see what else Andrew's got up to in Amakhala.
Right, so awesome. Morgan managed to spot an elephant sticking out the bush a little bit far away there. But at least we know where the elephants are now, because we drove through the valley now and we did see a lot of branches on the road with green leaves. So they were freshly broken off. And so they are here, slowly making their way towards Hills Neck Tented Camp, which is nice for them. Yeah, he's just gone off into the bush there. But just nice to take in the surroundings of the far eastern section of the reserve. So as you all know, we've sort of been taking bets as to when the first lamb of the season would be born, etc. And I must say, Cedric, well done. You actually saw the first lamb of the season, which was this morning during the sunrise safari. So very well done on that. And we're definitely all excited about that. Hopefully that'll follow suit here in Amakhala as well. But just to let you know, the votes were as follows for the person who would be, closest to the date of those lambs being dropped. And Cedric got the most amount of votes. He got 47 votes, and Steve got 34. Ben got 28. Kelly got 26. I got 3. Nick got 9, and then Lisa got 2. But I must say that Lisa was very, very good at predicting the closest date. So she said the 7th would be the first lamb to be born, and the first one was born on the 6th. So she was 1 day off. Very good job, Lisa. You know your stuff. As far as I remember, I thought I said somewhere around December I thought they were going to drop. But how horribly wrong I was. Yeah, nice to do these little challenges amongst the naturalists, keeps us on our toes, and competition is always good, because what we've noticed in nature is that competition strengthens the genetics. So let's hope that will follow on to us. I can just see a little bit of that elephant, but weaving through the bush. Little piece there. Beautiful blue skies. Almost feels like we're underwater at the moment with the blue sky. Just a lovely way to take in the last few moments of the Escape to Nature experience, just to enjoy the bushveld. Thanks, Anna, and I think I speak on behalf of all the naturalists. We really appreciate your support and your comment. It has been great, and it's been great having you along here as well. You've been driving through the bush with me, and it's been a great day, all in all. I'm just so glad we got to see some of the things we saw with those secretary birds. Something different. Alright, so all in all, we've had a great day here with Escape to Nature. I hope you've all had a good time, and that you'll join us tomorrow again. And yeah, you must all have the fantastic, is it Sunday today, so the rest of your weekend, and get ready for the week ahead. And we will be here tomorrow, and you have a good time now. Thanks so much for joining us. Cheerios.